Good evening. Will you please stand and remain standing for the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag? Our national anthem will be performed by Kaylee Pierce, Haven Hardy, Alex Davis, Beckett Collins. And the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Tanner Wadovic, Sophia DiGenova, Helena Dureski, and all the members of the class of 2021. Kaylee will be attending Rhode Island College. Haven Hardy will be studying at URI. Alex Davis will be attending Point Park University. Beckett Collins will also be attending URI. Tanner Wadovic will be attending the U.S. Naval Academy. Sophia DiGenova will be attending the U.S. Military Academy Army. And Helena Dureski will be attending the U.S. Air Force Academy.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you to those who sang and spoke. That was beautiful. Honored guests, Superintendents Dr. Auger, Dr. Mansiri, Dr. Duva, members of the North Kingstown School Committee, town officials from North Kingstown, faculty, staff of North Kingstown High School, family, friends, and underclassmen, and last but not least, the class of North Kingstown High School, class of 2021. Good evening. My name is Barbara Morse, principal of North Kingstown High School, and I would like to officially welcome you here at North Kingstown High School Stadium. First this evening, I would like to thank the North Kingstown High School Graduating Committee for their meticulous planning. I cannot begin to calculate the number of hours they have put in behind the scenes to ensure this successful evening. Without their guidance and assistance, events like this would not be possible. Those North Kingstown High School staff members are Mrs. Mia Toro, Ms. Julie McGuire, Ms. Melissa Waterman, Mr. James Bruno, Mrs. Jean Leach, Ms. Kathy DeLuca, Mr. Jordan Albanaz, and Mr. Nicholas Chabanowski. Mr. Albanaz and Mr. Chabanowski are also class advisors who organized all of the senior activities. In addition, Mr. James Simmons provided all of the flowers on the stage tonight through his horticultural program. Would these individuals please stand to be recognized? I would also like to take a moment to recognize the faculty and staff of the North Kingstown High School. This group of educators you see before you works tirelessly to assist our students in their pursuit of excellence. Many are award winners in their discipline on the local, state, and national levels. They use their many talents and expertise to inspire our students and help them reach their post-high school goals. We are fortunate to have faculty and staff of such dedicated professionals. At this time, will the administrators, faculty, and support staff of North Kingstown High School please stand to be recognized? Before introducing our Master of Ceremony for this evening, I would like to make a few brief announcements concerning procedures for graduation here at our stadium. We ask that you remain seated during our ceremony and be respectful during all speeches. Our school photographer from Molino Photography will be taking pictures of all of our graduates receiving their diplomas this evening. You will have the opportunity to purchase a photo commemorating this event. The ceremony is also being live streamed. We ask you to please take this opportunity to silence all electronic devices if you have not already done so. We also prohibit the use of any noise-making devices. Even though we are outdoors this year, we want to make sure that every family can hear their graduate's name announced. At the end of this evening's ceremony, our graduates will process out of the stadium to meet up with family and friends. We need to have the field clear to begin removing all seating and staging equipment, so we request that the field remain clear for everyone's safety. Finally, since it is tradition that the principal give her remarks to the senior class at our Class Day ceremony, which marks the beginning of Senior Week, I do not have a formal speaking role this evening. But I would like to take this last opportunity to personally acknowledge and thank the members of the class of 2021 for their positive contributions to our school. In my many years at the high school, you stand out as one of the most respectful and kind classes I have known. We will miss your spirit and positive energy in the building. Your class members have asked that we acknowledge and pause in remembrance of Elise Jackson, a classmate who would have been on the graduating field with you today. And now, at this time, I will be turning over this microphone to our Master of Ceremony from the class of 2021, Cassidy Snyder. Cassidy will be attending Syracuse University this fall.
Thank you, Dr. Morse, and thank you all for joining us this evening for North Kingstown High School's Class of 2021 graduation ceremony. My name is Cassidy Snyder, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for this evening's celebration. Before we begin the festivities, I would like to thank each person who helped make this class something special. Thank you to the families, friends, teachers, coaches, and staff of the North Kingstown School Department for all you have done for us. Our experiences in this district have been shaped by your fantastic leadership and life lessons. There are not enough words to thank you for what you do. And speaking of leadership, I would now like to welcome our Superintendent, Dr. Ojay, to the podium.
Good evening, North Kingstown graduates, and welcome to our family and friends. I would like to take a moment to recognize our North Kingstown and state leadership who are here with us tonight. Lieutenant Governor Sabina Matos, school committee members Gregory Blasbog, Lisa Hildebrand, Jake Mather, and Jennifer Lima, town councilors Catherine Anderson and Dr. Kim Page, town manager Ralph Mollis, Jamestown Superintendent Dr. Ken Duva, and North Kingstown Assistant Superintendent and former principal of North Kingstown High School, Dr. Denise Mansiri. Welcome and thank you for your presence all here tonight. To Dr. Morse and my fellow North Kingstown administrators, faculty, and staff, thank you all for all you do and your incredible work to make this special ceremony happen tonight. It is so nice to be here with you all in this special place at this special time. Tonight is about pride, and it's about gratitude. Graduating from a school as great as North Kingstown High School is a major accomplishment, and doing so during a historic pandemic is testimony to your grit and your potential for greatness. As your superintendent, I want you to know that you should feel incredibly proud of yourselves. You are graduating from a high school that has a proud tradition of being recognized as one of the finest high schools in the state and in our nation. NK is so widely recognized because of our students' strong academic performance, for its respected career and tech programming, and it is one of the finest anywhere for its wide range of clubs and programs in the arts, music, athletics, all of which regularly bring our community acclaim for their excellence. The students and adults of the NK community also distinguish themselves for their generosity and their community service to those who are less fortunate and who have special needs. Our graduates, as exhibited once again today, move on to the finest colleges and universities in the country, to trade schools and careers in a wide array of fields, to the military, and to our nation's most prestigious service academies. The North Kingstown and Jamestown public school systems are among the finest anywhere, and because of that, our graduates are among the finest anywhere. But also remember that the North Kingstown High School community, with all of its great opportunities it provides, didn't just happen by accident. You have had the experience of fine schools and this great high school, in this beautiful field, by the way, because your community insists that they be great. The people here tonight represent your whole community. Your elected leaders, your parents, your families, your teachers, your neighbors, and they have personally and collectively worked hard and sacrificed so much to produce this opportunity for you. All of us together, our collective commitment, even during a pandemic, has made it so that you have had great teachers to teach you, great programs to guide you, and now great opportunities in front of you. Now that you are graduates, I hope that no matter where life takes you, that you will always be proud of your public schools and grateful for the people of your hometown who have made them possible for you. On a special note this year, I want to thank you, your families, and your incredible district leaders, teachers, and staff for showing true distinction as a community, coming together for our collective good in the face of a historic pandemic. Our hearts go out to so many members of our community that have had to deal with great hardship and loss over the past year. As North Kingstown High School students, your education has been all about building a strong foundation for lifelong learning. And if that learning is best applied to help our communities, then your final lessons of your junior and senior years are the most profound imaginable. You've learned what your community is made of, how we come together in times of crisis to care for one another. From my vantage point, I have witnessed incredible stories of selflessness, generosity, teamwork, people reaching out to help one another, and what it looks like when the things we learn in school are applied for the good of our town, our nation, and our world. The lessons we are learning about our successes as global citizens and where we are challenged to do better will stay with us for the rest of our lives. Graduates, please take advantage of this profound moment in your lives and learn from it. Your future, our future, literally depends on it. In this respect, you are truly distinguished as a senior class with an awesome responsibility going forward. On behalf of this great school community, please know that we are incredibly proud of you. We feel good that you are prepared to do great things with your lives. No matter how far you roam in this world, being a North Kingstown High School graduate will signify to others that you are something special. So today, soak it all in. Be proud of yourself and grateful to those who helped to get you here. We are certainly proud and grateful for you. So congratulations. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Roget. Now I would like to introduce our salutatorian, Julia Totten. Julia will be attending the University of Virginia next year, where she will be majoring in biochemistry. As someone who has spent several classes with Julia over these years, I can easily say I've never met a more dedicated and hardworking student. She is the classmate that you can always count on to know the answer to a last-minute study question, and the classmate who will drop everything to help you grasp a subject you don't quite understand. Julia constantly raises the bar and challenges the others around her to rise to her level. Please join me in welcoming our salutatorian, Julia Totten.
Thank you, Cassidy. I'd like to welcome the class of 2021 to our graduation. Just a few short months ago, I know many of us were worried that our graduation ceremony would be on a screen. I am so glad we were wrong. Thankfully, we get to share this moment together and in person after a year of quarantines, Google Meets, and staring at our walls, wishing we could leave our houses. I've thought about how to begin this speech many times, and I've rewritten it over and over again. After all, I wasn't able to reference the typical high school memories seniors before us have had. But what I am able to reference are the unique to us experiences we have shared, thanks to the pandemic. We've grown up alongside each other for the past 4 years, and for some even longer. I'm looking at you, Jamestown kids. We've had an adventure like no other, watching the world drastically change around us, all while trying to navigate the changes in our own lives. We've been part of many lasts and firsts at North Kingstown High School. We were the last class to feel the pain and sweat of no air conditioning, especially on the 3rd floor, and we were the last to wear class colors during Spirit Week. We are the first to begin our senior year from our computers, hiding under the covers in our beds with our cameras off, of course. And another first, well, an almost first, we are the first class to graduate in the high school stadium in over 15 years. I vividly remember Friday, March 13th, 2020, as I'm sure all of you do too. Of course, it had to be a Friday the 13th. This was our last typical day of high school. We walked out of the school in a disjointed pack, confused and slightly fearful of what was happening. We had no idea about the immense shift that was about to take place in both our personal and our academic lives, but we did know something significant was upon us. Change is inherently scary because it represents the unknown and the uncharted. We had to survive and adapt to the craziest and most unpredictable changes ever, all caused by the pandemic. We were prisoners in our homes, staring at screens and wondering how on earth we could learn a foreign language, write an essay, or memorize the unit circle without seeing our teachers or classmates in person. It seemed impossible, especially since it hadn't been done before. Yet, here we are, an entire year later at our in-person high school graduation. We survived the first year of the pandemic. We adapted to change and persevered through this in a way that we never thought possible. This ability to adapt when change challenges us is how I know that we are all truly ready for anything that crosses our paths. After all, we've been adapting throughout our entire lives to these "what do we do now" moments. We often find the answers to these questions before we are aware of them, simply because we have spent our entire lives learning how to do so. COVID is probably the biggest "what do we do now" moment our generation has faced. But we still reacted to it in the same way we have other obstacles in our lives. We reacted to it in the same way we did on our first day of elementary school, whether at Melrose, Stony Lane, Quinnesset, Hamilton, Fishing Cove, Forest Park, or any other elementary school you attended, when our mothers picked out our outfits the night before and left us crying at the front of the school building. Or when we walked into basketball or soccer tryouts, not knowing anyone or anything about the sport, just hoping to make the team. Or when we picked up a new instrument for the first time, struggling to even get a sound out, let alone play a piece of music. We reacted to and survived these experiences together. We have taken all of the hardships, all of the thrilling and unpredictable experiences, and all of the curveballs thrown at us in stride, even during the moments when we thought we would trip on our own 2 feet. That is how I know that our biggest change yet, saying goodbye to the last 12 years of our lives, will be a success as well. We will adapt to the next changes in our lives just as we have adapted to every step or jump or blind leap of faith so far. I know that we, the class of 2021, can do anything and everything we put our minds to because we have already done the unimaginable. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Our next presenter will be our guest speaker for today's ceremony. Elected to the Providence City Council for the first time in 2010, she served for 9 years until she was voted president of the council in 2019. Handpicked by Governor McGee and unanimously confirmed by our state Senate, she's now the first person of color to hold the position of lieutenant governor in Rhode Island's history. Please give a warm welcome to the Honorable Sabina Matos, Lieutenant Governor of the state of Rhode Island.
Thank you. Thank you. It is truly an honor for me to be here with you today. I will try my best without the glasses to see how far I get. I just want to say congratulations to the class of 2021. You did it in spite of all the challenges that we're facing with because of the pandemic. I also remember that March 13, how everything changed for us on 2020. I want to say that it's an honor to be here to tell you on your graduation day a message that has changed my life a lot, and I hope that you are able to take something away from it. I've been asked many times how it happened that I got to be right now standing here as Lieutenant Governor for the state of Rhode Island. And I have to tell you that those words never passed my mind. I never thought that it could be possible. Never had the intention of being an elected official at all. I came to the United States in 1994 with my family. I grew up, I went to high school in the Dominican Republic. I didn't get to experience the high school in the United States. I was just talking to some of my friends, and I was telling them, I never went to a prom, so I don't know what it's like. So all my study was done in the Dominican Republic. I arrived here in 1994, knew little of the English language. As you probably know, in high school, you're supposed to be taking a couple other languages, but you're not paying attention. That was me. So when I got here, I wish I was paying attention to my English and my French classes. And it was tough at the beginning. I had to learn the language to be able to find my place here in this country. I arrived in New York City I arrived on a Friday, and for Monday, I had a job. It was my first job ever. And everybody thought it was so great, and I couldn't understand what was so great about it because I just arrived to the country. And I was working in a factory in Queens, and I started taking the subway in New York from Manhattan to Queens. And my role was to bring designs back and forth between the factory in Manhattan to the factory in Queens to the designers in Manhattan, downtown Manhattan. So right away, I was thrown into having to take the subway by myself, going back and forth. And that has been the experience that I had in this country, has been thrown into things and trying to figure it out. Eventually, my family moved to Providence, Rhode Island, because it was more of a calm setting than New York City, and I followed them after. When I came here, I started working in a factory, and I had friends in the factory, especially I always remember a friend that always told me, you shouldn't stay here, you should go back to school. If you're too young, just go back to school to make sure that you can get your education. And because of her always telling me that and the support of my parents, I did that. I left my job at the factory. I started learning English language and eventually went to Rhode Island College and graduated with a communication degree. And I always say that it looks like I wanted to make my life more difficult because if I'm learning the language and I decide to go for a communication degree, I don't know what I was thinking. But when I was at Rhode Island College, I did an internship on a Spanish radio station, and that's how I started to get involved in the community. I never wanted to be in elected office until 2 council members asked me to run for the seat in my neighborhood. I really was very shy, didn't participate in many of my activities during college. It's something that I regret now, and I didn't like the spotlight. But then I thought about it, and I said, well, if I win, I can help my community a lot. If I don't win, I can learn the experience. And I ran the first time. I didn't win. It hurt, but I did learn a lot. I learned that how you win, how you lose is as important as how you win. I thought about the whole experience. I tried to analyze the whole process. I learned. I tried to take the positive out of that negative situation. And I met so many individuals throughout my run the first time, and I was able to connect with them and continue to be involved in my community. I didn't shy away. I didn't say, okay, I'm done, I have to hide. And after I ran for office again in 2010, at that time I won. I was elected to the city council. And I'm telling you this because one of the things that I would like to tell you is that in life you're gonna find disappointments. Things are not gonna go the way you plan. But again, the way how you handle the situation is gonna make a huge difference on how you shape your future. I also would like to tell you about a strategy that I use is every time I meet a leader or someone that is successful in different fields, their success in different fields, I always like to ask them their story, how they got there, in how it happened. And you would be surprised how many individuals are willing to take the time to meet with you and tell you their story and give you advice. And I always see this as an opportunity to get mentorship. So there's so many mentors out there. Just make sure that you ask for help. You ask for their opinion on how they got to where they are. And another thing that I always ask them for is, what is their book that they can recommend to me? I always ask for books either in leadership, management, or a book on personal growth. And I have been getting some great recommendations about different books, and I always try to catch up with them if it's not reading, then an audiobook. And that's another way how I try to keep myself learning new things. In one of my books, so I want to tell you one of the ones that has helped me a lot and that I would like to leave the message with you, is The 4 Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. And this book helped me a lot in how I deal with situations in life. Sometimes one of the things that sometimes we get too caught up in things that happen to us. In this book has helped me to detach a little bit and analyze the situation in a different way. Don Miguel Ruiz writes in his book, it says, everything we do in life is based on the agreements we have made, agreements we make with ourselves, with the people around us, with our society, and with our God, if you believe in God or whatever version of higher power you believe on. But the most important agreements are those that we make with ourselves. We tell ourselves who we are, how to behave, what is possible and what is impossible. This is just the first paragraph of the book. And I'm going to tell you really briefly a description of the 4 agreements. The first one, it says, be impeccable with your words. And this is very important because everything we say has an impact. We transfer our, if we're angry and at that moment we say something, we may want to take it back. We can apologize, but the hurt already happened. So as if you can keep in mind and always think about, before you say something that may hurt someone, take some time and think about it. Because the impact of spoken words, you cannot take it back. You can apologize, but still the hurt is there. The second agreement is don't take anything personal. As a leader, as an elected official, I have lived this every day. Probably many of you don't follow politics as close as some of us, like Town Administrator Mullis. For some of us, that's like a sport almost, right? But I have been in politics. I have gone through so many difficult moments what you can call is like a public embarrassment, or things don't go my way. As I told you, I didn't win when I ran the first time. But I have to step back and make sure that I don't take those things personally. Sometimes someone can say something or do something, and it's just a reflection of what they're going through in their life at that moment, or it is a reflection of something that is happening to them. We should not take that and think that what they're doing or what they're saying it has to do with us. Most of the time, it just has to do with them and their personal situation in life. Also, when you don't take anything personal, you don't also listen to that negative voice that all of us have that tries to start telling us, you're not good enough, you're not good enough, you cannot do it. So when you don't not taking things personal, you're thinking that you're good enough and that you can accomplish anything. The third agreement is don't make assumptions. And again, it just goes to the same message. This is a constant battle for people, including myself. It is human nature to just assume you know the answer. The bravest and wisest thing to do is to admit that we don't know the answer and seek out and ask for clarification. The fourth agreement, the final, is always do your best. And that sounds easy, right? But it's not always that easy to do your best, because sometimes doing your best is not going to feel the same depending on your situation, if you're ill, if you're sick, if you're tired, but always try to do your best. We are going to falter by knowing that you did, and you did really what was your best at that moment, and all things, then all things are possible. As you move on from the North Kingstown High School today, I want you to remember these agreements. I want you to embrace them. They will serve you well and in your pursuit on your next level. Living this agreement has brought me here in front of you today. I have learned the lessons to treat people with respect. There are so many occasions in which I've been asked, you should not be here, or it is too soon. How it happened? And honestly, I think that the key for me has been to treat people with respect in all situations. And I think that has been the key for what I have been able to accomplish. So with that, I just want to remind you again, the 4 agreements. Be impeccable with your words. Don't take anything personal. Don't make assumptions. Always do your best. I want to please remind that. And finally, I want to ask you, especially for those of you that are traveling to college outside of Rhode Island, we need you. Rhode Island needs you to come back. So please, go out there, conquer the world, and come back to Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Matos, for your beautiful words. Your unwavering dedication to this state is truly inspiring. As students at this school, we have all grown used to the academic integrity it requires to consider yourself a true North Kingstown skipper. Our challenging coursework necessitates hard work and enthusiasm throughout all 4 years. Elena Minerick has earned the privilege of speaking today as your valedictorian through her constant hard work and steadfast dedication to her schoolwork. Elena's intellectual ideas are fascinating, and I always look forward to hearing what she has to say in class. She's active in the music department as a part of senior jazz band and the musical, and will continue to strive for excellence at Boston University as part of their Killichand Honors College, and will major in chemistry. Please join me in welcoming our very own valedictorian, Elena Minerick.
Thank you, Cassidy. Moments like these make me feel as though time isn't linear, but circular. It has a way of meandering and then looping back, so that we find ourselves in places we've been before. But each time we return, we also find that we have changed a great deal since the last. We see through new sets of eyes and discover that our environment is familiar and novel all at once. I'm not sure if you recall, but on our very first day at this school, we all came out onto this very football field so that we could stand in formation to create a giant 2021 for a nifty drone photo. At that time, 2021 seems like the distant future, more like a dream or abstraction than a tangible reality. We could never have predicted the extent to which we would grow and develop by then. We didn't know what treasures we would unearth as we traversed the rocky path from enrollment to graduation. And we could never have foreseen the struggle, loss, fear, and uncertainty that particularly characterized these last 2 years. Yet here we are on the other side. It's poetic that, after more than a year apart, we have all come together again on this same field one last time to say goodbye. When I look out at all of you, I see a group of changed individuals. High school, this transitional phase from childhood to adulthood, is one of those critical stages in life when we begin to reinvent ourselves and define who we want to be. In many ways, this time has been an artistic journey for us all. You could say that we have been painting portraits of new, fascinating versions of ourselves over the last 4 years. And just like any form of art, these masterpieces that we have created are visible for all to see and appreciate, and they are on display tonight. Some of you may know that I dabble in the fine arts, and certainly the arts have become a significant part of my identity. I have drawn many portraits over the years, and from my experience, I have found that there are actually a considerable number of parallels between the steps in the artistic process and the timeline of a student's high school career. I'm sure that all of you have taken an art class at least once in your lifetime, whether in elementary, middle, or high school, and you all have different relationships with painting. We have different experiences and different methods that work or don't work for us, and indeed the same can be said about our experiences in high school. However, when we create art of any kind, most of us will find that the process is messy, characterized by improvisation, mistakes, risks, and spontaneity. I know that for me, drawing is both a fluid and variable process. Though I may have an inkling of what I want to create, I never truly know what the end product will look like, or even what my process for getting there will look like until I am done. I think the same is true for most of us as we journey through high school. Every painting begins as a blank canvas. In my experience, the hardest part of creating is always starting. You know that somewhere within the canvas there is a beautiful picture waiting to emerge, but you're just not sure how to make it appear. You want all of your lines to fall in the right place on the first try, but you know that you will inevitably make a mistake or two, so you stare, paralyzed, afraid to begin. We were in such a state when we first came to this school. We knew that we would be going to the school for the next 4 years, and that we would be shaping who we are, but we were so intimidated by the vastness of the opportunities presented to us and the novelty of our environment that we were just not sure how to start. So many possibilities, so many different portraits we could paint. Eventually, though, we just started sketching. As we passed into sophomore year, the outline of our artwork took shape. We became more accustomed to the school and began to figure out what interested us. We took more challenging classes, joined clubs, and maybe found community. The canvas was no longer blank, and we took comfort in that. We had something to build upon, but we were also just sketching at this point, so we felt some freedom to experiment and go off in new directions. Then we entered junior year. We wrestled with heavy coursework, balanced countless commitments, and sat through standardized tests while the question of life after high school loomed over us. During this time, we started making more decisive choices about our work. We weren't just sketching anymore. We were solidifying our lines, adding detail, and perhaps most significantly, working in shadows and highlights to give dimensionality to our pieces. The challenges we faced that first half of the year became the grays and blacks that helped our pictures jump off of the page. They shaped us into more complex, capable individuals and gave more clarity to who we were becoming. We were just getting the hang of things when a deadly pandemic ravaged the world, immersing us in loss, fear, and isolation. Quarantine interfered with our education and prevented us from doing that which we had come to love. It was like someone bumped the table and spilled black ink all over the work that we had developed for the last 2.5 years. So much progress reversed. We could have given up. We could have just tossed the ruined canvas into the garbage. I think a lot of us felt like doing that. But somehow, we found a way to salvage what the pandemic had taken from us. We spent this past year, our senior year, improvising and adapting, approaching our artwork from new angles. We integrated the nasty ink stain into the picture, turning it into something of artistic significance. We made it look intentional, purposeful. And now, we are done. Maybe our portraits don't look exactly like what we imagined when we started, but when we think of the journey we've taken to get to this point, we see that they look exactly as they should. They're priceless. They're the creations of a class that has shown more resilience and adaptability than any class that has ever come before. But as I stated earlier, time is circular. We may have finished this stage, this portrait of our lives, but we are just beginning another bigger project, one that never really ends. Over the next several years, we will be painting new portraits of ourselves, defining who we want to be in the larger context of the world. And what we create will ultimately determine what this society will become, what it will be like for those who follow us. We're going out into a broken world in need of not only restoration, but also improvement. The pandemic is just one of many crises that have arisen in a time already plagued by tumultuous political landscapes and staggering social injustices. As members of Generation Z, it is our responsibility to paint a more just, a more peaceful future for everyone. We know that the process will not be easy, but we have already proven that we can adapt to change. And the skills we've developed at North Kingstown High School and the guidance we have received from our dedicated teachers and mentors will help us along the way. So here we are again, each of us facing a new blank canvas. Let's make it our best work yet. Congratulations, class of 2021, and thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Our next speaker will be Beckett Bessinger, who has made her mark on North Kingstown in her passion for student representation. Next year, she will attend Loyola University, Maryland with a major in political science. Beckett constantly strives to better our school and community as an active member of both Student Union and Class Council. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Beckett Bessinger as she represents the class of 2021 to present our class gift.
Thank you, Cassidy, and good evening. As tradition goes at North Kingstown High School, graduating classes from each year leave behind a piece of their class in the form of a class gift. This meaningful tradition has come in the form of picnic tables, umbrellas, banners, donations to charities, and many other thoughtful gestures. As graduates, in the midst of such an unprecedented time, it is important to think of the legacy we want to leave for the classes that follow. And we hope that our graduating class will serve as a tremendous example for graduates to come. This is why the class of 2021's class gift is a monetary donation to the next 4 graduating classes. This donation will help future NK graduates fund the events and fundraisers that keep our Skipper Pride alive. Besides the monetary gift we leave behind, we hope the resilience and strength our class has shown won't be forgotten by future classes. Regardless of the challenges we faced this past year, we stand here today in cap and gown, ready to take our next steps onto the paths that lie ahead. Congratulations, class of 2021. We should all be so proud of what we've accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, Beckett. Next, to award diplomas, I would like to welcome Dr. Morris back to the stage, as well as our 2 class advisors, Mr. Albernaz and Mr. Tribunowski, who have both worked hard behind the scenes to make these years memorable for us. Additionally, I would like to invite Dr. Roger, Dr. Mansiri, and Dr. Duva to the front of the stage to offer their congratulations. We ask that you please hold applause until all diplomas have been awarded to all graduates. Thank you.
Cassidy Marjorie Snyder. Elena Grace Minerick. Julia Nancy Totten. Beckett Duvalley Bessinger. Grace Elizabeth Entiato. Amanda Brooke Lambert. Tanner Jeffrey Wadovic. Helena Louise Dureski. Sophia Luis DiGenova. Kaylee Bell Pierce. Haven Ireland Hardy. Alexander Troy Davis. Beckett Walter Collins. Justin R. Ackert. Jacob E. Albright. Ariana E. Amato. Gabriella J. Andrade. Gabriella M. Ariel. Dean Richard Balsarac. Aliana Mariah Barbosa. Andrew David Bard. John Matrimalo Belmore. Adam Joseph Bellucci. Brendan Mitchell Bennett. William Walter Bennett V. Reed C. Benson. Dana Youngji Bernier. Hallie Burwitz. Elias J. Billings. Allison Burkett. Jaden Blanchette. Colton Jeffrey Bogosian. Lily Virginia Bogue. Jacqueline Anne Marie Bohack. Rose Hope Bohack. Jackson Jeffrey Bolt. Brooke Alexandra Bolster. Elizabeth Yelena Borovsky. Jeremiah Bouillon. James L. Burke. Emily Brandon. Benjamin Edward Brickle. Sydney Olivia Brickle. Connor James Britt. Madison Laura Britt. Ian Robert Brayman. Michaela Grace Buggy. Jade Skyla Bongiovanni. Catherine Byrne. Hannah Marjorie Cahill. Dempsey Charlotte Campbell. Angelina Sarah Capobianco. Alex Caramonte. Kayla Jean Caramonte. Graham Carew. Donovan Seth Carr. Julia Caroline Carullo. Nathan Casey. Noah K. Casey. Allison Elizabeth Cesari. Jacob R. Cedar. Nicholas Peter Shabbat. Cameron T. Chavernay. Sean Michael Cheney. Matthew Ryan Choquette. Bryce C. Clark. Benjamin Herman Clausen. Jackson E. Cloutier. Molly McGee Coughlin. Matthew S. Colburn. Jenna S. Cole. Rochelle Coley. Joseph Michael Confessori. Mia Elizabeth Confessori. Ryan Core. Ailey Catherine Costantino. Ethan James Cote. Julia Catherine Cote. Emma Jane Katsanas. Victoria May Coulter. Caleb Marshall Courtright. Benjamin Dean Cowan. Juan Carlos Queller. Wyatt James Daft. Sophie D. Berardis. Skylar Ellen DeGraw. Isabella Rose DeGregory. Sean Patrick Dempsey. Amy Faith Denault. Sean J. Dennehy. Leah Ann DeCenzo. Vaughn H. Dorley. Caroline Margaret Dowd. Joseph N. Dowd. Jaden Dundee. Samuel Aaron Easter. Elena L. Eland. Cameron Russell Eldred. Lydia Renee Eldred. Bruno Elias. Jonah William Ellis. Neil Andrew Ellis. Liam Michael Ennis. Colby Michael Enos. Ryan Patrick Eves. Ethan Andrew Falardu. Wesley Robert Farrell. Lauren Jessica Fish. Sebastian Ford. Lauren G. Frizzle. Chance W. Fry. Jacob Richard Gagnon. Angelica K. Gamwell. Diego Armando Garcia. Kayla Gardner. Emily Gaston. Finn P. Gaudreau. Josh A. Gaudreau. Matthew D. Gibbs. Elizabeth Hannah Ruth Gilbert. Kyra Giragosian. Owen J. Goba.
That's a tall man.
Nicolette S. Goldstein. Sebastian Gomez. Madison Brielle Gagne. Madeline Marie Grant. Kadia E. Green. Matthew Phelps Gregorio. Zachary Grossman. Jamie Lauren Harrington. Ethan Robert Harrison. Gabriel Saludo Haskell. Sarah Head. Caroline Sarah Healy. Jack James Healy. Laura M. Henriques. Calvin James Higgins. Caroline Julia Hirsch. Sean Stephen Hodgson. Alessandra L. Holden. Nathan Eli Hugasian. Ashley Marie Hausman. Isaac J. Hull. Devin C. Hunsberger. Brianna Rose Iafrady. Lindsay Brooks Jensen. Olivia Amy Jolly. Madison Brooke Jones. Michaela R. Younga. Shane Michael Kearney. Emily Sarah Keene. Kelsey Calfane. Morgan Calfane. Zara Catherine Khan. Madeline D. Clement. Madeline Nutton. Zachary A. Kerr. Evan J. Kralicky.
Aiden Martin Lafferty. Aiden James Lalonde. Jacob William Lanaway. Kian N. Leach. Trinity Piu Leoponga. Piu. Claire Arabecca LeBlanc. Julia Lafave. Lauren Grace Lindberg. Madison A. Lonergan. Jada Natalie Lopez. Robert Alexander Macbeth. Kelsey Ann McDonald. Maya Ann McNeil. Abigail Rose McGuire. Benjamin L. McGuire. Alexander S. Mann. Dominic M. Martin. Jordan McLean Madison. Ava Lynn Mattiucci. Lauren Nicole Mattiucci. Alexandra Elizabeth Olga Maxwell. Sophia Mazon. Colin McBriar. Justin Charles McCarthy. Reese Loxley McCarthy. Riley Elizabeth McDonald. Allison Christina McGann. Kayla Marie McGrady. Nicholas T. McHale. Tyler A. McMinn. Daniel James McNeil. William M. Medeiros. Alexander William Menzel. Aaron Messenger. Tyler Scott Messenger. Joseph R. Mile. Sarah Elizabeth Nicolay. Alexa Rose Mitchell. Dean H. Mitchell. Cassandra Rose Manning. Nicole Emma Malloy. Taylor J. Mooney. Aiden A. Mao. Owen Butler Moynihan. Victoria Grace Muller. Emma Lynn Murdoch. Colin J. Murphy. Evan A. Murphy. Samantha Ashley Murphy. Sean Thomas Murphy. Marlon Jason Mussington Jr. Jacob Ryan Nailawake. Isabella Udar Naughton. John P. Naughton. Sakna Amy Nadoyi. Ziara Marie Neris. Nicholas C. Neville. Michael James Newton. Gabriela A. Nieves. Connor Norton O'Brien. Lane O'Connell. Benjamin C. Olmsted. Alexander Bolin Ong. Trent Christopher Wallet. Joseph L. Paquette V. Brody Maxwell Paris. Sarah Catherine Paul. Madison Rose Pella Sabarin. Kyrell L. Perkins. Tyler Jake Pezza. Nathan A. Pierce. Eric Matthew Pishoni. Gregory Joseph Pituro. Annalise Poison. Jacob A. Porto. Faith Annette Powers. Reese N. Powers. Marissa B. Pressman. Taylor Jean Prosha. Tyler Joseph Puzzin. Noah Corella. Lisette Neriata Quinones. Tim O'Sullivan, Ramesh. Gianna Rosalie Ranieri. Braylon Ciara Rathbun. Joshua A. Rathbun II. Audrey Elizabeth Raup. Taylor A. Rigo. Brady Reed. Jackson Rich. Emily Elizabeth Richardson. Betty S. Robertson. Griffin W. Roby. Max Arthur Rome. Brandon A. Rosario. Mark Anthony Rossi. Carolina Roy. Dominic John Rossello. Alexandra Elise Saborin. Kyle J. Sala. Nicole Elizabeth Samarco. Jonathan Sanchez. Brandon Shartner. Jack Allen Shartner. Christopher A. Schoenwald. Drew Schwab. Riley Cheyenne Scott. Sullivan Frost Sears. Picture. Tyler Zienith Daniel Shamus. Levi Chase Shapiro. Isabella Sheehan. Trinity Eve Sherman. Ethan Oscar Saronin. Ethan Ray Smith. Alexander Arthur Sosi. Nolan Anthony Souza. Jonah Joshua Steinway Adler. Kyle P. Takata. Noel D. Teagan. Oh, Yes, I did. Sorry. Just give it to her. Yeah, just give it to her. Aiden Teft. Alexander Patrick Tirio. Patrick R. Thorold. Lillian Jean Tebow. Kyle Stephen Thole. Olivia Joy Takoyan. Jessica Ashlyn Tingley. Julia Elizabeth Tobin. Anthony Vincent Totora. Gianna Faith Tugis. Kira Holiday Tugis. Emily Tao. Nolan C. Trask. Gavin Ross Troop. Jaden Tucker. Benjamin Tureen. Julia M. Turner. Joseph P. Vento. Michael Vento. Carlos J. Urena. Daniel Ventura. Claudia Lynn Vocio. Victoria Lindsay Walsh. Haley Ward. Derek C. Warner. Casey P. Westall. Andrew James Whitehead. Allison Elizabeth Whitney. Abigail Clarice Wilkinson. Daisy Williams. Bryn Tierra Wilson. Elijah S. Wimbush. Dixon Joseph Wixted. Riley Joseph Wootison. Sean J. Wright. Sebastian K. Yates. Madeline Virginia Young. Carson A. Zell. Emma Lynn Zorner.
Congratulations, class of 2021. Please stand and join me in a round of applause.
Class of 2021, we have officially graduated. Now, please welcome Brooke Thompson to the podium as she presents the junior class farewell.
Congratulations, senior class of 2021. You made it. 4 years at North Kingstown High School in the making, all for this moment. As many here can agree with, this year didn't go as you anticipated. Through the midst of the storm that seemed like it would never calm, you persevered. Instead of seeing the situation as what was taken from you, you saw the unique opportunities it brought. Whether it was gathering a group of friends to have school together in someone's living room or taking your Google Meet to a drive-through line. You might be wondering, where did the time go? But the time didn't just disappear. It will remain here in all of you. It's in the tear-jerking memories that come back when you wait in a coffee shop line and remember going to jitters before school. Or watching a football game and remembering the celebration in the packed stands at the opening game against Hendricken in our new stadium. Or hitting a volleyball in your backyard and remembering the last spike that landed you the 4th consecutive Division I volleyball state championship. Or watching a play and remembering the long hours you spent in the auditorium practicing for the sold-out performances of Les Mis. But I'm not here to reminisce, I'm here to say farewell. On behalf of the class of 2022, we eagerly await your successes. Whether your future leads you to becoming a doctor researching cures for cancer, or an athlete filling up stadium crowds, or a social media influencer promoting the newest trends, or even the first female president fighting for equality. When you leave here today, march forward with dignity, optimism, and decency in a world that needs these qualities. No matter how far you go or how close you stay, you'll forever bleed black and gold.
Thank you, Brooke. I would now like to welcome Kaylee Pierce, Haven Hardy, Alex Davis, and Beckett Collins back to the stage to sing the North Kingstown alma mater.
Dear North Kingstown, Kingstown ever, we will sing thy praise. We will cherish thee forever, love thee all our days.
By the Narragansett water, by old Wickford's bay, stands our high school alma mater, lighting all our way.
Dear North Kingstown, Kingstown ever, we will sing thy praise. We will cherish thee forever, love thee all our days.
Air of freedom, home of beauty, neath thy sheltering walls, students learn the path of beauty, leads where honor calls.
Dear North Kingstown, Kingstown ever, we will sing thy praise. We will cherish thee forever, love thee all our days. None so fair as Alma Mater, none so true as she. Every son and every daughter, strong and brave will be. Dear North Kingstown, Kingstown ever, we will sing thy praise. We will cherish thee forever, love thee all our days.
As we go from thy protection to earth's wildest shores, even there will guard affection, even love thee more.
Dear North Kingstown, Kingstown ever, we will sing thy praise. We will cherish thee forever, for we are N.K.
Amanda Lambert and Grace Antiato will be concluding our ceremony with a traditional tassel change. On behalf of the class of 2021, I would like to again thank everyone who has impacted our lives for the years spent in this school district. And finally, because it would probably be physically impossible for me to give this speech without mentioning Taylor Swift at least once, in this moment now, capture it, remember it.
doesn't snap together anymore.